Good morning, all. The chair has notified me that he will be between 5 and 10 minutes late, and we should stand by. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Sorry I'm late. A little frazzled because I have to head down to Rhode Island today. Which one are we doing first?
297.
What's one in the calendar? What's the calendar say?
245, 245 or 290.
297. Okay,
Betcha.
297. Let's get her done. Okay. All right. We have a new amendment, 2462. And look how many pages. Look at that, 12 pages. That's very unusual. Okay. So what is theoretically in this bill? And so I certainly will be free to anybody, we can address it before the exec session. What the intent was in this bill is we start with the original 297 as sent over by the Senate. And then we add in the amendment that the Senator Carson had sent over to us to it. So theoretically, we are now giving the Senate exactly what they asked for. Okay. Also, we're including something that we're asking for, which is that we would like to see a alternative regulatory system, and that would be 420R. And that's it. Any discussion? Representative Gibbs. Yeah, you got.
Earphones fell out just as you said we're putting in what we're asking for, and I didn't hear that. Would
Okay.
you mind repeating it?
Sure. Okay. So this amendment, as you have in front of you, includes the original bill as sent over by the Senate. It includes the amendment that they asked us after they had taken action. They came when the bill was in our possession. They had an amendment they wanted us to add, which we did. It's in this bill. That's correct, Carson Amendment. And then, so therefore, they got everything they asked for, everything they wanted. And then we're adding 420R, which is an alternative regulatory system.
So this allows the dual system that people were asking for.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes, Representative Spear.
We saw a lot of comments go back and forth on everything. And one of the comments I was curious about, and I don't remember who it came from, but you'll recognize it as soon as I say it. He said that if we, within 420J,
J, yes.
there could not, or may not be the ability to say that the towns would own these, own the trust.
Right.
Is that what we want, that the towns?
So 420J is really our, I would say that's the mothership of our current healthcare statute. That's why this is 420R. This is, they'll have some references to it,
Right.
consistency, but that's not a problem having those references. At the end of the day, their regulatory system is for the statute 420R is what they would be under. So that any one of these organizations that is a health trust, they could, when they write their bylaws, they're going to state
Okay.
what is the statute that they're being regulated by.
Okay. All right, so it still could be that the towns own it or however they want to do that.
Correct.
Okay.
And really that's a critical piece in terms of the differences between the two models, is whether is it a standalone or is it owned or is it a member owned is the key phrase, member owned. Okay, is there anybody in the public who would like to weigh in?
Going twice?
Yes. Unfortunately, I have to step out, but Representative Petruszak, my wife's calling.
Okay. Okay, school care.
Good morning, Vice Chair Patusek and esteemed members of the committee. My name is Lisa Duquette, and I'm the Executive Director for School Care. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak this morning. First, I want to share, because I do see some newer faces that haven't been in committee previously. School Care has served New Hampshire's public entities for nearly 30 years. We provide $250 million annually in tax-funded employee benefits, covering medical, dental, vision, life, and disability. Today, we serve over 100 public entities, and as our name indicates, School Care, it's not just schools that we serve. We serve schools, towns, cities, libraries, housing authorities. Any public entity in the state of New Hampshire is allowed to participate in our programs. Next, I'd like to provide just a little bit of personal perspective and relevance. I have been working in public entity risk pooling since 1994. That's over 30 years. I've held executive leadership roles in School Care, Primex, and New Hampshire School Board's Insurance Trust, all public entity risk pools in New Hampshire. This isn't just my profession, it's personal to me. It's about fiscal responsibility, good governance, and protecting taxpayer resources. Legislators and risk pool administrators like myself, we share that same charge. We are stewards of public funds in service of the public good. Now I'd like to pivot to the relevance of SB 297 and the proposed dual regulation. We do support modernized oversight that ensures solvency and transparency. Unfortunately, the amendment proposing Department of Insurance oversight under 420R
Excuse
creates-
me, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to do a point of order.
Yes, Representative?
We've heard this testimony before, and I know that some people weren't here, but we've heard this. And this is an exec session when we vote. So, Mr. Vice Chair, I would like to keep going.
Mr. Chair, this is subcommittee, and she has the opportunity to speak.
Okay, it's a free,
This is a subcommittee?
okay.
Okay.
Yeah, the subcommittee.
Okay, then my apologies. My apologies then.
Have
Thank you.
we-
May I continue?
Can I ask, I need to ask a question. Have we heard this?
I do have some new information in here, I believe.
There is some new information.
I do believe. I am
Okay.
not.
Thank you.
So what are our concerns about the amendment for dual regulation? Number one is that it's a model that introduced costly and unnecessary oversight with unclear benefits. It'll create duplicative administrative burdens. Costs are going to fall on taxpayers through increased administrative fees and reserve requirements. It jeopardizes the Section 115 status, which exempts governmental entities from taxation, potentially reclassifying us as insurance companies. It authorizes retention of earnings and at the discretion of the pool without requiring member approvals or governance input. This isn't how taxpayer dollars should be treated. It creates an imbalance by tailoring new law to fit the needs of a single pool rather than ensuring that all public entities are protected. Let's talk about what's driving the amendment. This amendment is a reaction to missteps by NHIT and Health Trust, not a system-wide failure with 5B. NHI failed due to poor governance and inadequate rate setting. We heard that they weren't using an actuary to set their rates. Health Trust returned excessive funds in 2020 and 2021 and they may not have followed actuarial guidelines as it relates to setting rates and reserves. Risk pooling is not insurance. School Care does not assess members because we manage rates and reserves prudently, but that doesn't mean we're not accessible. Public entity risk pools are owned by the political subdivisions we serve, and we don't accumulate surplus like private insurers. The Department of Insurance regulates insurance companies that hold profits for shareholders. Public pools hold public funds and must be accountable to the member entities they serve and the taxpayers, not just regulators. Final message, and I am wrapping up here. RSA 5B was designed to allow political subdivisions to self-govern through cooperative risk pooling. SB 297, particularly with the Carson Amendment, strengthens that framework. Clarifies reserve standards, increases transparency, and preserves the autonomy and nonprofit tax-exempt nature of pools. We should not throw out this thoughtful and balanced legislation to accommodate one pool's desire for less oversight. In closing, I ask this committee to please consider rejecting the shift towards regulation under RSA 420R, support Senate Bill 297 with Carson's amendment as the fair and fiscally sound solution, protect all political subdivisions, not just the largest pool, and uphold the spirit of RSA 5B and ensure that all public entity risk pools operate responsibly, transparently, and most importantly, for the benefit of the taxpayers. Thank you.
Okay, so we don't, this is a subcommittee, so we're not technically taking testimony, but we'll appreciate what you had. What we were interested in is, can you tell us anything specific in this amendment that is a problem? And what you're just basically saying is that everything under your current statute now, 5B, and having the Carson Amendment, which I see here, so you're happy, you're getting what you want.
So our board met at 7 o'clock this morning.
Okay.
And our board gave me specific direction
Yeah.
to oppose this amendment. And I'm going to tell you that they're asking for us to oppose this, for me to speak and oppose the amendment.
Got it.
Twofold. 420R
Yes.
is not in the best spirit of taxpayer dollars. It does not put us in, it puts additional costs on our members. And it is eventually
When you say
going
on
to-
your members.
on and any members, political subdivisions.
No, but if assuming you stay with 5B,
It's the
how
other-
would 420R have any effect on
Well,
you?
we're going to have another pool that is going to be able to amass millions of dollars and be able to operate as an insurance company. And in the short run, I do believe that they'll have increased costs than we will, but then they'll have the funds and they will be able to be in a position to buy back that business. And again, overall, I don't believe it's in the best interest of political subdivisions across the state of New Hampshire.
So
And so we're advocating for all political subdivisions, not just our members.
I got you, but let's just be clear in terms of the cost differences between either one of these solutions. There is none, because the insurance department already does all this, and on top of that, by the way, securities, which has nothing to do with the risk pools, is where the money comes from for the Secretary of State to do it. So as far as I'm concerned, passing this bill, and if everybody went to 420R, we would be able to cut money out of the securities division, so we could save the state $500,000.
I respectfully disagree that it's not adding to taxpayer costs.
Okay.
And I do think that it would be well deserved to have a fiscal note on this in terms of what that cost would be.
A fiscal note would be they would send it back to the departments and then come back with a fiscal note. And I can tell you that both agencies will come back and say this will have no fiscal impact either way. And that would be both departments. Having said that, I see a question for Representative Spear.
There was two things that I have a question about. We received
Pull
we
close.
received
Pull it
multiple
close,
emails.
so Gibbs can hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. So many notes. we received multiple letters, and I bought them all here just in case, from town after town that said they want us to go over to the insurance model. So when you say all the towns would not benefit from it, obviously a lot of towns do. So I'm one, and then the other part also that struck me is you said you believe that the costs will go up because of various reasons, although you have not seen any of the rules yet. So what are you basing your information on? If it's just your feeling without proof, I would like to know what it was.
So it's not my feeling without proof. I've got 30 years working in the industry, and I've got a financial background, a master's degree in finance. And this is what I've been doing for my 30+ year career. Additional costs are going to come in the form of examination fees, the need to maintain higher reserves, which will be passed on to the taxpayers, the need to provide statutory accounting as well as GAAP accounting. I could list a number of things that this will require that will add additional cost to operations.
Representative Gibbs?
Thank you. I just have a comment, which is that in addition to having heard directly from some political subdivisions, I also have a statement from the New Hampshire Municipal Association in favor of the dual system that is proposed in this amendment.
Thank you. Representative Teresia?
Yeah, so basically, for last couple of times we've been meeting on this. I understand that the Secretary of State model, that's a statutory model, under which, with the amendment, they are able to provide the reserve levels to 12 to 16%. And I'm sure that with their vast experience for the last couple of decades of administering the risk pools, might work for them. At the same time, I also heard, testimony regarding the licensure model, which is Department of Insurance provides, and and there they set the rates and the reserve requirement based on the rules that they follow. And I think they have also good experience and success with private insurance companies. And my understanding is that some of the risk pools model, they probably will work better with the Department of Insurance, licensure model, and some risk pools would probably work better with the statutory model with the amendment. So if this new bill provides the option to, for both the models under risk pool to succeed, what would be your main objection?
Great question, Representative. The objection is to what I believe is a lack of understanding about what 420R will do in terms of adding costs to local taxpayers. And I think it also creates an unfair playing field long-term for public entity risk pooling. Instead of our focus being on the members that we serve and the taxpayer dollars that we have, the focus is going to be then on competition and pricing. And we're yet to know where that is going to lead long term. But I think most importantly, I'll go back to the additional costs and are not fully understanding the impact on local public political subdivisions and the taxpayers that they serve.
Can a quick follow-up?
May continue?
So I'm not an actuary, so I can't make the determination, but the models that the risk pools follow, they themselves are not uniform. Some risks follow a different model, some other risk pools follow another model, and based on the testimony from the risk pool themselves, when some prefer the licensing model, they feel that the cost probably will not go up, and they feel that they can be better managed that way. I understand the concern that you mentioned that the generic points that can go up, but the risk pool themselves, they feel that their model will succeed better under the licensure model of the insurance department. Without knowing the nitty-gritties or specifics, how do you generically just mention that the expenses will go up without understanding their model operation, where they themselves are advocating will work better under Department of Insurance.
I think the question, so I'm going to answer the question. I think the question is, how would you know that the costs are going to go up when you're not familiar with that model? And that's absolutely correct. I'm not familiar with that model because that model actually is recently been described. Prior to that, we've never heard that it was a non-assessable pool. We too don't have anything in our organizing documents regarding accessibility, but I don't believe that means we're not accessible. So again, it's a newer model, not because I'm not familiar with the risk pool itself and don't have many years of working to understand it. It's simply a new model that has just been articulated. When I look back at previous legislation and previous executive directors, that has never been a stance that it's a non-accessible model.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Gibbs?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to go back to what was mentioned earlier about cost to members and to what I said earlier about the statement that we received from the New Hampshire Municipal Association, which represents, of course, many political subdivisions across the state. I should clarify that, in fact, when I spoke to the representative of the Municipal Association, their support of the dual system was essentially a compromise position. They contacted us, they contacted me directly to support the position of having the risk pools regulated by the insurance department. So they were very strongly in favor of that, but were willing to go along with the dual system because there were other risk pools that had different models, and their management believed that would be better to stick with the Secretary of State. But the members of the Municipal Association believe strongly that their risk pool would work better with the insurance department, and it was pretty clear that they did not believe that this would increase the governmental subdivision's costs, and obviously, therefore, that it would not increase the costs to their cities and towns' taxpayers.
I haven't seen anything from NHMA. I do understand that they are closely aligned with Health Trust, but I have no knowledge of that. Again, we have 100 political subdivisions that we represent through our membership, and I don't see how there won't be additional costs. If you're responsible for your examinations, you're responsible for holding higher risk levels, you're responsible for just trying to think about what the other piece was, potentially may have taxation if you don't meet the spirit of Section 115 as a government entity. There's a number of areas. So I can't answer that part of the question, but I can say it definitely raises the question for me as I think about it. If we were to decide that we were a non-assessable entity and operated under the Department of Insurance, I can assure you we would have increased costs.
Yes, May?
But it would not be required under this amendment that you operate under the Department of Insurance.
That's correct.
You would have the option of operating under the Secretary of State.
That's correct.
Yes, Representative.
I would like to just expand on that clarifying question. If it's dual oversight and you decide to stick with the current model under the Secretary of State, then nothing would change. Nothing would change for you. And I want to make sure I understand any unintended consequences. So if you continue under the Secretary of State, your model wouldn't change. So I don't think that there would be more than $100 million in additional costs statewide over the next few years if your entity decided to remain under the Secretary of State. If other risk pools decide to be monitored under the insurance department, that could be a different issue, correct? So specifically for school care, your model wouldn't change and your costs shouldn't change as a result of this legislation is my question, if you could comment on that. Thank you.
I would say that that is accurate in the short term. Yes. I think long term, there could be some additional costs, but those are too far out to even be able to quantify or understand.
Thank you for your testimony. Commissioner Betancourt, would you like to elaborate on anything? It's, okay, thank you. Mr. Secretary? Okay. It seems like going once, twice, we're closed. Perfect timing. We just closed the testimony.
Well, there is no testimony. It's a subcommittee. Okay. Yes. Yeah. So
We're gonna do a subcommittee
normally
vote?
we would take a subcommittee vote. Yes. So, so the situation is that it turns out there was a certain paragraph that did accidentally get deleted, didn't get included. So we will have another amendment drawn up. So that's this is exactly the reason why I do it this way, having subcommittees edited, because it's the nonprofit status, to making sure that they maintain their nonprofit status. We would be getting
We have to
that.
have it today.
We will definitely have it. Hopefully, that clock is wrong. Jeez,
The
battery
answer
died
is
on that one. So 30 minutes. So theoretically, we could have it before we break for lunch. Okay, so we will say that subcommittee goes into recess. And now we'll take up the other amendment.
2:45.
All right. Right. I'm still taking care of my crisis here. Okay.
Okay. 2:45.
All right. We've passed out 245. And 245, this is the grand compromise for the ambulance, in which we will. Is it everything okay on this one? Oh, you have a comment. Okay. Okay, go. You take your microphone. Sure, go ahead.
245 Amendment
Yes.
number.
We gave 45 days for the ambulance, for the insurance companies to respond, but 60 days for the ambulances to respond. Can we make both of them 60 days? I mean, just to be fair. I mean, really.
Just say no. So who was 45 were for the insurance companies and 60 days for ambulance. So if I remember this is the one that is that right? Did I get the numbers right? 45 for one and
Yeah, so the 60 days is the time period for providers to ensure that they're acting in good faith in the contract negotiations.
right.
The 45 days is on the carrier side. Once they have everything they need to complete the contracting process under the any willing provider provision, they have to complete that within 45 days. But that decision is up to you guys if you want to tweak those.
Do we want to hear from the insurance companies? I don't know. I don't.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Representative Gibbs.
Thank you. I'm not really arguing with Representative Spear, but I would point out that the insurance companies have a lot more staff than the ambulance providers, so they might not have such a problem with 45 days.
There is a lot of history that goes with this, though, unfortunately.
That is true.
As is my memory, the discussion was a lot about who does favor whatever the fact that we're requiring ultimately that they have this contract, that they actually get into contract. And I do remember we spent a lot of wasted time with the ambulance companies bemoaning the size of the contract and how to deal with it. And so it does not surprise me that we might have did the days a little bit differently, but.
I think it's right the way it is.
I can't imagine the insurance companies would fall on their sword over this issue. But I mean,
All right, I did the best. I could.
I mean, in the scheme of things, that the insurance companies are ecstatic, or should I say, in other words, they are reasonably over getting some addressment to the fact that we're now making them do something that no legislation has ever done, which is force them to fix a rate, a reimbursement rate. We're going where no man has gone before, and no state has gone before, no insurance department, nobody has ever done this, but it's part of the grand scheme. And in the debate, that it's certainly for the insurance companies to get these people in network is worth the 15-day difference, I think. So. But thank you for pointing that out. And this is why we love you, because you read this baby word for word and
Forever.
So, is there any other comments? Oh, what a surprise.
Well, I just want to comment that I'm glad that finally under this bill, we have agreed for 325% of the medical rate, which I have been advocating right from day one. So I'm glad that we agreed to that.
Right.
Thank you.
But it's only for 2 years.
Well, we will see after that.
Yeah, right. You'll be one putting the bill back in. So yeah, and to be frank, to me, this was there's no doubt in my mind when the new evaluation comes out, and that will be audited. That when that comes out, that 325% will look like we gave the store away. And it'll look like it's way too much money that we gave away. But I'm willing to live with that just to get ultimately to get what we really will be the first state that can really truly say that we have banned balance billing.
Yeah, and we are giving what the ambulance companies they have been asking for right from day one. So yeah, I mean, after 2 years, we can always take a look at it, how things are going. But thanks for giving that in the first place.
That's why it was a grand compromise. Okay. No, it's lowering. It's statutorily required that the 325 is really is it clearly say.
Talking to Mike, please.
I was just stating that I think it would be very difficult to roll this back even with the studies after.
No, that's the whole point. They would have to put a bill in
Correct.
to change that,
Good luck.
and I'll be here.
Okay. Good luck.
I'll be here.
Really,
I'm
really,
pretty sure with all the waves I got on the parade yesterday, I'm pretty sure that I'll be back and I will ensure that
I've never seen anything rolled back, but it's a
And-
very good.
no, that
cause.
actually you have seen it. We have had several legislations where things were sunsetted, which is really what it is. We're sunsetting that 325, and they were forced to bring that legislation back in, and we have turned them down. Said no, sunset was a good idea.
And really, the insurance companies should be happy because we're actually providing an incentive for the ambulance providers to come into contract, which was something that they were very reluctant to do
Absolutely.
before. But now they have something that they want.
Exactly. And we get what we want is get rid of balanced billing, which is funny. When I talked to my fire department yesterday, they all claimed that nobody balanced bills, but then I had another constituent. She said she absolutely got balanced billed very recently. So I guess some people don't know what it means when it comes. So that we'll see what happens in the next 2 years. And you're going to be here too, right? You're going to stay here? Okay. I want you to say, mark my word. Mark my word. Okay. Right. Right.
Comment.
Yes, Representative Spear.
The one thing that I can't seem to forget and get out of my head is the fact that we're going to find out 2 years from now that the ambulance is going to come back and say they're still in trouble because 87% of the
Users.
transports
Right.
are Medicare and other things like that that
Medicare,
we have
Medicaid,
no
and
control
TRICARE.
over. We're fixing a tiny part. So this is only part one of something that's much, much bigger than what we've really
Right. Well, I
attacked.
would refer you to the back of the bill where we are creating an entity, a commission, and its purpose of the commission is to go to CMS and get them to.
Have they ever done that? Am I allowed to ask that?
It's a little outside of our territory, but I think other states have all-payer models for not necessarily ambulance, but maybe for other services. It's a possibility.
Mr. Chairman, I would just reiterate to Rep. Porcelli's point, what the 2 years is allowing for is for the system to be stabilized so that we stop seeing some of the ambulance providers shuttering their operations because financially they're teetering, and to allow for us to guide the study, to oversee the cost study, to get down to and drill down into what the actual costs are for providing services to those commercially insured individuals. But also, the other side of that is it's a 2-year period of time for the providers to look at their business models and figure out what innovations and efficiencies that they need to bring to bear and consider so that they can begin to address Rep. Spear's point, which is the real challenge they have are the inadequate rates of the two government programs and the revenue that those two government programs bring in not adequately meeting the operational demands of the entities. They're going to have to think about how they make it work for themselves long term so that they could be sustainable. I would say to Representative Gibbs's point, that is my recollection as well. I think we gave the shorter period of time to the carriers because there is there are more resources in back office operations as opposed to the providers who span large organizations, smaller organizations, big towns, small towns. So we want it to be a little bit more flexible with them. So I think that explains that particular provision.
Okay.
Very good.
Any other questions? Okay. Who would like to write the blurb on this one? Is that you already wrote? Okay, so Representative Miles, second by Representative Burrows. This is the health subcommittee. Who do we got right on the health subcommittee? Do I have the right?
4, 5.
The health
Miles.
insurance. Yeah, insurance subcommittee. Do we have you? John, do you have your list?
Yeah, I sure do.
We are voting on the amendment, not to pass on the amendment. Okay. So we have Purcelli, Miles, Hunt, Cole, Sharissa, Gibbs, Spear. Is Herbert here?
Yep.
Yeah. He's okay.
Physically, yes.
Okay, theoretically, you were a substitute for this. You're
Yeah, for the 4 and
okay.
4.
All right. Oh, is that 4-4? Well, we don't want that, do we? All right. So, what did I say? Okay, so we got Purcelli, Miles, Cole, Hunt. Okay. Oh, I see. Yeah, and then we have Sharissa, Gibbs, Spear, and Herbert. So we'll be 8-8 for 4-4 on this one. Oh. No, you're not.
Yeah.
No,
But
so
you're-
never mind. She can't make the motions. Yeah, the Spear. All right. Any discussion on the motion of ought to pass on the amendment?
Yes, I move to make the motion ought to pass on the
Yeah.
amendment.
Yes. Okay. Been moved in second. Any discussion? All right. Seeing none, all those in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. 8-0. Yep. Okay. Now, Representative Miles, seconded by Representative Spears, moved to ought to pass as amended. Yes. Yeah, to the top. Don't worry about it. I've always said it's a problem with these sheets. Okay, yeah.
Thank
Okay, okay, yep. Oh my God.
Oh, guess who?
Must be your wife. Okay. All right, the motion is made and seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll. No, we don't call it. No, all those in favor, all those in favor say aye. I keep thinking we're in exec session here. Okay, all right. 8-0? All right, perfect. Okay. Representative Press, I see you here. Are you going to be here this afternoon? Awesome. Okay. All right, so I will say we're in recess for half an hour. Waiting for that amendment. Exactly. Okay, we'll open up the subcommittee again on 297. I guess I would first tell everybody if you look at that extra page that suddenly appeared, page 13, the amendment analysis, that disappears. That's not part of the amendment. And that's usually language left over from original amendments, original stuff. So that's why it's not correct. Okay, so the correction is what, Jennifer? Where are we looking now? Yeah, I do. But what's the RSA? Line 7. Okay. Right, it's just the renumbering. Okay. Right, so it starts 5 rather than, okay. Because that was in the original bill. Okay. Any discussion on the amendment now of 297, amendment number 2473? Any comments? Reflections? All right, seeing none. Representative Miles, seconded by Representative Spear, moves ought to pass on the amendment number 2473. Is there any discussion on the motion? You want to discuss something?
I
Or-
just want to make a comment,
Okay.
if possible. Thank you. I just like to thank everyone for their diligent work on this amendment and this bill. It does address a serious problem that was identified by the Secretary of State, and this bill, as amended, adds the possibility of regulation by the Department of Insurance, depending on corporate structure, not by preference. And this amendment strengthens the structural boundaries and ensures there's no ambiguity. The risk pools will operate under the rules and oversight aligned with their model. It brings clarity, accountability, and long-term sustainability to a vital part of our public infrastructure. So yes, I support OTP.
Okay. Any other discussion on the motion? Seeing,
And I also second the same sentiment that Representative Meisner shared, that this will allow the risk pools to be successful in whatever model they choose to. So I'm glad that we are providing that flexibility.
great. Okay, so we have the same 8 people.
Yeah.
Everybody knows who they are? Okay. All those in favor of the amendment, ought to pass the amendment? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. All right. Representative Miles, seconded by Representative Spears, moves ought to pass as amended. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in the 8 subcommittee members? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Is it? Okay, we're all set, and we'll take it up this afternoon. And I will close the subcommittee.
Would Shelley be 8?
Uh,
You want me to order you a beer?
yeah,
She's coming over.
yes.
Okay. We don't need that this afternoon. so
No,
we
I
got
would just, no,
everybody.
she was worrying about who she was missing.
Yeah, so can I see that list? So
So, yeah, Porcelli,
I've got
yeah.
you,
Yes, Porcelli
I've
also.
got Porcelli,
Yeah.
I've got Miles,
Yeah.
I've got Cole, Logan Cole.
And Cole is replacing,
Sorry.
right, because he's, yeah,
Cole is
yeah.
replacing
yeah,
that.
yeah, replacing himself.
Yeah, okay. And
Or, well, but we have one replacement. Okay, we'll open up the executive session. And oh my God, this thing didn't get sorted right. I sent the wrong thing. Okay. So which one do people want to work from?
Well, this is what is published.
Right. So to be, yeah, schedule notes. Okay. Start out with Senate Bill 24. And Representative Petusek, seconded from Representative Burrows, moves ought to pass on Senate Bill 24. Is there any discussion? Do we have any amendment on this one? No. Nope. This really messed me up. Okay. All right. No amendment? No, any discussion? Okay, sorry.
I just have a question.
Representative Petusek. Okay. Any discussion? Yes, go ahead.
Because I was not in that subcommittee, I just want to make a clarification on. So educational setting means they will be just doing testing in front of everybody, right?
It'll be in a class and they're not allowed to swallow.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. All right. The motion's clear. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chair Petuchek,
Yes.
Representative Osborne. Representative Cole,
Yes.
Representative Porcelli.
Yes.
None.
Yes, you do need your mic on.
Representative Miles,
Yes.
Representative Pressa,
Yes.
Representative Burrows. Representative Herbert.
Not here.
Oh. Representative McAleer,
Yes.
Representative Spear,
Yes.
Representative Sullivan. Representative Gibbs,
Yes.
Representative Teresa,
Yes.
Representative Salvi,
Yes.
Chairman.
Yes. Okay. All those. 15 to zip. All those in favor? 15 score. All those in favor of placing on the consent calendar, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, so moved unanimously. Okay, Senate Bill 25, credit union. And okay, I gave it to McAleer. You okay with that, Chris? That's fine. Okay, Representative McAleer, seconded by Petusek, moves ought to pass. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chair Petuchek,
Yes.
Representative Osborne. Representative Cole,
Yes.
Representative Porcelli,
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Representative Miles,
Yes.
Representative Pressa,
Yes.
Representative Burrows. Yes. Representative Herbert.
Yes.
Representative McAleer,
Yes.
Representative Spear. Yes. Representative Gibbs,
Yes.
Representative Sullivan,
Yes.
Representative Teresa,
Yes.
Representative Salvi,
Yes.
Chairman.
Yes.
Okay, no, it's 16.
16.
No, 15, 16.
Representative Herbert is now here.
He wasn't here at the last one, so now it's 16.
Okay. Senate Bill 26. Oh, excuse me. Sure. All those in favor of placing the consent calendar, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? So moved unanimously. Senate Bill 26. Okay. Okay, Senate Bill 26, we have an amendment. And what's the amendment number? What? I thought you had everything.
It's in the other book.
You want to go get your other book?
My other book.
Did anybody else have the amendment? What's the amendment? All right. Who's in the room?
26. Deposits. So is that banking?
Uh, 1976H.
Oh, okay, all right.
Okay. So the motion is to pass on, ought to pass on the amendment. What this did is it removed a couple of paragraphs that seem to make it contradictory. And it clarifies that the House position is the way the law should be. This is Senate Bill 26. This is, the amendment is 1976. Okay, any discussion on the motion? Okay, seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chair Patuchik,
Yes.
Representative Osborne. Representative Cole,
Yes.
Representative Porcelli,
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Representative Miles,
Yes.
Representative Presa,
Yes.
Representative Burrows,
Yes.
Representative Herbert,
Yes.
Representative McAleer,
Yes.
Representative Spear,
Yes.
Representative Gibbs,
Yes.
Representative Sullivan, Representative Teresa,
Yes.
Representative Salvi,
Yes.
Chairman Hunt.
Yes.
Okay. 16, right? 16 for the amendment,
Okay.
right?
We got
So you
seven.
ready to
Yeah.
How many we got?
Hunt, Burrows? Okay,
17,
16 still.
16?
Okay,
16.
I move, second by Representative Burrows, moves ought to pass as amended. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Same.
Okay, seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Do we use the
Ought to
same?
pass, I think, how many voting sheets did she give you?
No, so no.
Okay, so then sometimes you just make it, draw a line down like in a column or use a note sheet. Yeah, just make a note sheet.
So this is SB 26, and it's TPA.
Yep.
And this is just the A amendment, right?
Yep.
Vice Chair Patuchik,
Yes.
Representative Osborne. Representative Cole,
Yes.
Representative Porcelli,
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Representative Miles,
Yes.
Representative Presa,
Yes.
Representative Burrows,
Yes.
Representative Herbert, Representative McAleer,
Yes.
Representative Spear,
Yes.
Representative Gibbs,
Yes.
Representative Sullivan, Representative Teresa,
Yes.
Representative Salvi,
Yes.
Chairman.
Yes. Okay, vote is 16 to zip. All those in favor of placing Senate Bill 26 on the consent calendar, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? So moved unanimously. Okay, Senate Bill 47. I gave this one to you. Yeah. Okay, Representative Burrows, second by Representative Patusek, moves on to pass. Any discussion on the motion?
Pass. Okay. Ready for the roll?
Okay, clerk, is the motion clear? The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chair Patuchek.
Yes.
Representative Osborne. Yes. Representative Cole.
Yes.
Representative Porcelli.
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Representative Miles.
Yes.
Representative Pressa.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Representative Herbert.
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Spear. Yes. Representative Gibbs.
Yes.
Representative Sullivan. Representative Teresa.
Yes.
Representative Salvi.
Yes.
Chairman.
Yes. Okay, vote 16 to zip. All those in favor of placing on the consent calendar, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? So moved unanimously. Okay. Next up, Senate Bill 52. So, Michael, I don't know if you want to do this one or I'll do it. This is the trust. You do it? Okay, great. So Representative McAleer, seconded by Representative Hunt, moves to pass. This was housekeeping. Any discussion on the motion about to pass? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chair Patuchek.
Yes.
Representative Osborne. Representative Cole.
Yes.
Representative Porcelli.
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Representative Miles.
Yes.
Representative Pressa.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Representative Herbert.
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Spear.
Yes.
Representative Gibbs.
Yes.
Representative Sullivan.
Yes.
Representative Teresa.
Yes.
Representative Salvi.
Yes.
Chairman.
Yes. Okay, vote 16 to zip. All those in favor of placing on the consent calendar, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? So moved unanimously. Next up, Senate Bill 79. Representative Patusek,
Yep.
seconded by Representative Sullivan, moves to pass. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chair Patuchek.
Yes.
Representative Osborne. Representative Cole.
Yes.
Representative Porcelli.
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Representative Miles.
Yes.
Representative Pressa.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Representative Herbert.
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Spear.
Yes.
Representative Gibbs.
Yes.
Representative Sullivan. Representative Teresa.
Yes.
Representative Salvi.
Yes.
Chair.
Yes. Okay, motion carries. 16 to zip. All those in favor of placing on the consent calendar, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Moved unanimously. Senate Bill 80.
That's yours.
Okay. All right. Did we have an amendment on the? No, we didn't. All right. Yeah. I'll move to pass. Seconded by Representative Burrows. This is the bill that's going to have the Liquor Commission be the regulatory authority over vaping equipment. Okay. Is the question clear? Clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chair Patuchek,
Yes.
Representative Osborne.
Yeah.
Representative Cole,
Yes.
Representative Porcelli,
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Representative Miles,
Yes.
Representative Presa,
Yes.
Representative Burrows,
Yes.
Representative Herbert,
Yes.
Representative McAleer,
Yes.
Representative Spear,
Yes.
Representative Gibbs,
Yes.
Representative Sullivan, Representative Teresa,
Yes.
Representative Salvi,
Yes.
Chairman.
Yes. Okay. All those in favor of placing on the consent calendar, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, so moved unanimously. And Bill 85.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
um,
Would you like to do this one?
yes, no, I would like to, I must have been asleep, but I'm not, I want to know what this, relative to chartered bank lending limits are.
Okay, so the lending limits, when I first got on here, the limit was 10 and then 15, and now we're up to 20. And that means how much a bank can have a proportion of the loaning capability in the state of New Hampshire.
20% of,
They're the 20% of the loans that are available, in terms of their, how much, I mean, it was obviously clearly monopoly is the issue, that we don't want one bank to be the only sole bank, so you would never want 100%. So this is 20% is it.
So this has an amendment.
And I don't think so. No, we did have an amendment.
I don't have one.
You don't have the amendment? Oh,
This is the-
I might have winged it when I said there was an amendment.
I didn't find an amendment.
Okay. There's banking people here, right? Okay. Do you happen to have a copy of it? Okay.
yeah, no problem with this one.
What is that?
No problem with this bill.
Chartered lending limits?
Yes, like through fractional reserve banking, every dollar they have, they can lend 10. You heard of it?
Okay,
I don't know much about the
Oh,
banking
yes,
part.
that's like
okay, so this is wrong. All right.
$1 million.
Mhm.
They're able to loan 5.
All right.
Pipeline,
Yeah,
20%.
All right. So
that's where they're moving up.
I make the motion, second by Representative McAleer,
Good, right?
moves ought to
It's the
pass.
large banks who's out competing all the smaller ones with less cash.
Okay. Is the question clear? No, there is no amendment. No amendment. I didn't think so. All right. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chair Patuchik.
Yes.
Representative Osborne. Representative Cole.
Yes.
Representative Porcelli.
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Representative Miles.
Yes.
Representative Prysa.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Representative Herbert.
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Spear.
Yes.
Representative Gibbs.
Yes.
Representative Sullivan. Representative Teresa.
Yes.
Representative Salvi.
Yes.
Chair.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, motion is 16 to zip. All those in favor of placing on the consent calendar, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, so moved unanimously. Okay, Senate Bill 87. All right, this one we
As
know we have an
amendment.
amendment. Yes, okay. Yeah. And I put you down for this one. Jared, did you want to write a blurb? I figured this was your kind of bill, right? Tonight, have it, they would like it tomorrow morning, yeah, but if you can get it done today, that'd be great. But tomorrow morning at the latest. What's that? Tonight, and then tomorrow morning, what are you doing tomorrow morning? Okay, that's fine. Have everything in by noon. That way I won't get yelled at. Okay. All right, Representative Sullivan, second by Representative Patusek, moves to pass on the amendment number 2293. And what the amendment does is creates a new license. And this license is only $100. And basically it's available. Originally, the way the bill's written, it was available for any licensed professional in the barber profession. The new amendment that we added to it, it now it allows any business in New Hampshire to apply to the Liquor Commission to get a license to give away. And the key element is that you can only give away one drink, and you cannot charge for that drink. So it does not step on our system of requiring food. So, any questions?
Do they have to be licensed?
No, they don't. In this case, that was the problem. We kept talking about the barber shops and the beauty parlors, but that for some of us, what we were acutely aware of was bridal shops. And jewelry stores,
And real estate.
and I'm sure high class men's stores. It's funeral homes, really? Okay. Yeah.
So, Chairman,
Yes.
I assume this has provision for putting checks on underage drinking, right?
Oh, absolutely. Oh, yeah. There's a requirement that they what they served and the person they served it to. They have to keep track of that.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. The clerk will call the roll on the amendment.
Vice Chair Patuchik.
Yes.
Representative Osborne.
Yes.
Representative Cole.
Yes.
Representative Porcelli.
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Representative Miles.
Yes.
Representative Presa.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Representative Herbert.
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Spear.
Yes.
Representative Gibbs.
Yes.
Representative Sullivan. Representative Teresa.
Yes.
Representative Salvi.
Yes.
Chairman.
Yes. Okay, vote is 16 to zip. Now the motion is Representative Sullivan, seconded by Representative Patusek, to pass as amended. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chair Patuchik.
Yes.
Representative Osborne. Representative Cole.
Yes.
Representative Percelli.
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Representative Miles.
Yes.
Representative Presa.
Yes.
Representative Burrows. Representative Herbert.
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Spear.
Yes.
Representative Gibbs.
Yes.
Representative Sullivan. Representative Teresa.
Yes.
Representative Salvi. Chair.
Yes. I guess since we're creating a new fee, we'll leave this on the regular calendar. Okay. Yeah, leave that on regular. All right, next up, Senate Bill 89. And this is, oh yeah, this is, so who do I have on? Oh, you don't want to do this one? You don't like foreigners? Okay. All right. I'm sure Representative Sullivan likes to do another enabling a liquor enabling bill. It's Senate Bill 89. Moves ought to pass, seconded by Representative Petusa. Yeah, Representative Spear, you have a problem now?
I'm sorry, didn't the House just pass a bill that said even though you're a legal alien with the right to work, you cannot drive a car?
Well, this bill assumes that they have a driver's license.
They said that they're no longer valid.
I understand, but this bill assumes they have a driver's license.
Okay, I'm good with it.
Yeah. You want me to weigh in on subjects like that? No, thank you. Okay. All right. So Representative Sullivan. Okay. All right. The motion is ought to pass. Any discussion on the motion? Clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chair Patuchik.
Yes.
Representative Osborne. Representative Cole.
Yes.
Representative Percelli.
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Representative Miles.
Yes.
Representative Presa.
Yes.
Representative Burrows. Representative Herbert.
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Spear.
Yes.
Representative Gibbs.
Yes.
Representative Sullivan. Representative Teresa.
Yes.
Representative Salvi.
Yes.
Chairman.
Yes. That one we can put on consent. All those in favor of placing Senate Bill 89 on the consent calendar, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? So moved. Okay. Next up, Senate Bill 121.
I move OTP.
Representative Burrows, seconded by Representative Petusik, moves ought to pass on Senate Bill 121. You want to speak to your motion or say anything? Okay.
I have an amendment.
Oh, we have an amendment on this one? Oh, okay. Sorry, we do have an amendment.
Is Patuchik?
Oh, that's right. There was the dates. We had the dates. Yes. Okay. There we go. Okay. Ought to pass on the amendment number 1945 in honor of World War II. Okay. 1945. Okay.
Yes.
Yes, it is. And my memory, yeah, my memory just, it changed the 90 to 90 days to match up the federal, to be matchy. Okay, any discussion on the motion about to pass on the amendment? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Okay. Vice Chair Patuchik.
Yes.
Representative Osborne. Representative Cole.
Yes.
Representative Percelli.
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Representative Miles.
Yes.
Representative Presa,
Yes.
Representative Burrows. Yes. Representative Herbert,
Yes.
Representative McAleer,
Yes.
Representative Spear, Representative Gibbs,
Yes.
Representative Sullivan, Representative Teresa,
Yes.
Representative Salvi,
Yes.
Chairman.
Yes.
I will move OTP and I will speak to the motion.
Representative Burrows.
Would you like me to?
Yes. Yeah. Representative Burrows, second by Representative Petusek, moves ought to pass as amended. And she is recognized to speak to her motion.
Okay, this is an important bill because the Insurance Department Commission, why are you laughing at me? The Insurance the Insurance Commission would get loaded with calls, what to do when their Medicare Advantage funds or other insurance was canceled. So this will be just enable them to give people, one of the things they'll do will be enable them to give consumers good information.
Okay. Question clear. The clerk will call the roll on ought to pass as amended.
Vice Chair Petuchik. Yes. Representative Osborne. Representative Cole.
Yes.
Representative Porcelli.
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Representative Miles.
Yes.
Representative Presa.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Representative Herbert.
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Spear. Yes. Representative Gibbs.
Yes.
Representative Sullivan.
Yes.
Representative Teresa.
Yes.
Representative Salvi.
Yes.
Chairman.
Yes. Okay. Voted 60 minutes. All those in favor of placing on the consent calendar, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, so moved unanimously. Fiscal note, just so you know what a fiscal note is when a bill is introduced, if the speaker has any questions in terms of whether there was a financial impact or not, then they send it to the department and the department would generate a fiscal note. And often you'll get a fiscal note that says, no, there is no fiscal impact. Okay. That's why we're good. So consent is really when, and so in my mind, even if a bill had an appropriation, but if we killed the bill, you could still put it on consent, okay? But that if you're going to pass something with a fee or dollar amount in it, that's when it needs to be on the regular calendar. In the old days, we used to have, they had FN and then we had A/A. But a lot of bills, the appropriation wasn't picked up at the beginning. It came in later, and that's why we don't do A's anymore. Okay, next up, 124, continuing care, Representative Miles.
Yes, I move ought to pass, and I would like just to speak to my motion.
Okay, Representative Miles, second by Representative Burrows, moves ought to pass on Senate Bill 124. Do we have an amendment on this one, or?
No.
Oh, good. All right, Representative Miles recognized to speak to her motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 124 FN is a comprehensive update to RSA 420D, the statute governing continuing care retirement communities, what we commonly refer to as CCRCs. These retirement communities offer seniors lifetime housing and full continuum of care, from independent living to assisted living to skilled nursing, all within one single community. In exchange, residents typically pay large entrance fees, sometimes hundreds of thousands of dollars, along with monthly charges. These are often a person's life savings. If one of these communities becomes financially unstable, residents can not only lose their investment, but also their housing, their care, and their financial security. The bill was requested by the Insurance Department in response to multiple CCRC failures, including a recent case where the facility had only days of cash on hand and had to be placed into receivership. The current law does not give the department the tools to act until it's too late. SB 124 strengthens the licensing process, requires regular financial reporting, protects entrance fees through escrow requirements, establishes a resident's bill of rights, ensures timely refunds when contracts are canceled, and it gives the department the authority to act early if warning signs of insolvency appear. The bill was developed through close collaboration with industry stakeholders, and it's supported by the Office of the Long-Term Care Ombudsman. the State Commission on Aging, and the nonprofit providers like Riverwoods and Taylor Community. Leading Age Maine and New Hampshire, which represents all 14 licensed retirement communities in the state, engaged in shaping the bill and raised no opposition. In fact, no one testified against it. So this legislation protects both seniors and the long-term stability of the retirement communities, and I respectfully ask the committee to support the motion of ought to pass. Thank you.
Okay. Any discussion on the motion of ought to pass? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chair Patuchik.
Yes.
Representative Osborne. Representative Cole.
Yes.
Representative Porcelli.
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Representative Miles.
Yes.
Representative Prysa.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Representative Herbert.
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Spear. Representative Gibbs.
Yes.
Representative Sullivan.
Yes.
Representative Teresa.
Yes.
Representative Salvi.
Yes.
Chairman.
Yes. Okay, all those in favor of placing on the consent calendar, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? So moved unanimously. All right, Senate Bill 162. The subcommittee voted to retain it, and we have a request by Representative Wellswood to revisit that motion. And she is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Obviously, there's quite a few of us who believe that this is a very important piece of legislation that will essentially add a tool in the toolbox for the state of New Hampshire. What we've changed is we've taken out, what my amendment has done is taken out the listing of military facilities altogether. It's taken out the 10-mile radius, and it's changed it to the entire state of New Hampshire. And it's really the crux of this bill is to give a close look at businesses that come in that are owned by foreign interests in from those countries that are listed that are could be considered foreign agents. And so then if they turn out to be such as foreign agents that are listed in this bill, then the Attorney General's office would take action after that point. So I'm requesting that we pass the amendment and then ought to pass with amendment.
Can I ask you a question?
Representative Spear has her hand up first, but yes.
On line 25, it says that a foreign principal means any company, development, or other entity organized under the laws of or having its principal place of business in a foreign country of concern. Right now, Nashua is negotiating with a Chinese company to buy land and set up a bottling company. Nashua needs that company really bad because one of the things they're going to do is upgrade our water system which has in many places 18 pounds of pressure. It seems like this is going to make that illegal. And I'm recommending we don't OTP this, we kill it.
Is that a question?
Technically, that is a question.
Okay.
Well,
Well-
would you believe it?
I mean, that is the point, that legislation such as this has been passed throughout many states, especially states that have large tracts of farmland that have been purchased by foreign companies, and it's of great concern. And I think that, that purchase in particular in Nashua is concerning to people, and this would just allow a deeper dive into who that company is, and if there is something that's wrong there or nefarious, then this provides the backup legislation, So
Further comment?
Further question?
New Hampshire Journal put in an article without researching it, asking the question of whether or not they were going to buy Pennachuck, which is our water supply. There was never any indication or any effort by anyone to buy Pennachuck, but they put it out there anyway. It's not going to happen. Pennachuck has repeatedly said it's not going to happen. We're not even giving them a chance, and we're putting them on trial without ever getting a chance. Actually, what we're doing is literally sentencing them without even due process. And I think that that's not a really good thing to do.
Well, I'd love to comment
Chairman?
on that,
Well-
actually.
well,
Chairman?
Just a second, you're next, or not, you're second. Representative McAleer's next.
I'd love to comment on that because I think many of us have seen how the media is not always correct and doesn't always do research, and that they've accused many people without due process of things in the past.
What I'm saying is that that's wrong.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Carrie, please talk into the mic.
Yeah, speak louder next time.
Okay.
All right, Representative McAleer,
Well, my question is.
speak
very
into the
similar.
mic real close.
My question is very similar to Representative Spears. In reading this, it precludes any of these mentioned nations of owning any property whatsoever in New Hampshire. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct.
Okay.
No, that's not correct.
Would you explain what it does preclude?
It precludes that if after research has been done, it's been proven, just like you have to prove whether someone is an arsonist or someone is a murderer, you have to prove that. So they would still have to be, there'd have to be a lot of material or data or facts to show that this company is doing, whether it's spying on us or it's doing something to the land or to water. It would have to be proven first, obviously.
Well, just as a follow-up, it seems to me that that's the actual presumption of this amendment, is that they are doing something and they have to prove themselves not guilty as opposed to proving them guilty. And I find that a little disturbing. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Shreves, now.
I thought we had discussed about to retain this bill so that we can have further discussion to understand it better. Why are we talking right now to pass?
Good question. I decided to give her the liberty to bring this subject up. But it is true, this is a perfect example of why we do things by subcommittee. And yes, the subcommittee did vote to retain it. That is
Okay,
true.
thank you. Just want to remind everybody, yeah.
Representative Burrows.
Thanks for taking the question. You said that there has to be research and the facts delineated. Is it spelled out who does that and what they have to show?
Well, I mean, it talks about how the Department of Justice will get involved, the Attorney General's office.
But does it
May
go
refer a
further than that?
violation of this section.
Does it go further in delineating what kind of information we're going to gather?
As far as information, no, it goes into what the penalties are.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Representative Sullivan.
Yeah, just kind of following up on that. So I'm just curious what the process would look like. So it's going to go to the Attorney General to do an investigation. There's no real trial, I'm assuming, because no crime was necessarily committed. So what is, do you have any idea what that looks like? I'm curious what that looks like. Because I think that that's an important part for us to understand before we could be comfortable passing this.
Mhm. Well, I think that would probably be up to the Attorney General's office because it does talk about rulemaking, and I think that would be in their rulemaking section.
They don't make rules.
Oh, okay.
We'd have to license them and then we can get someone to make rules.
Okay, it says rulemaking, line 16 on page 3, rulemaking. The Attorney General shall adopt rules
Okay.
pursuant.
They may, but I just telling you, they don't do it very often.
Well, that's
Okay.
here.
I think that came over from the original bill, right?
okay.
Yeah, that came through
Yeah,
the original bill.
it did.
Yeah.
Thank you,
This is
Chair, for
Phil.
taking my question. My question is, now you have the list of the countries. How frequently you're going to change the countries? And second question is it applicable to the existing company which are right now in US and they open an office somewhere in those countries, so all of a sudden they will start going through that kind of process?
That would be up to the Attorney General's office.
It's very risky. Thank you.
Oh, some more comes from Representative Miles.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Walsh, doesn't this bill just seem like an ounce of prevention as opposed to waiting until something tragic happens and then dealing with it in retrospect? Wouldn't it be better to move this bill forward? And it seems like it goes along with keeping New Hampshire safe. What do you think about that?
Thank you, Representative Miles. Yes, this is meant to be a deterrent. The same as people who put fences in their yards or install security systems in their homes. This is for the state of New Hampshire to have another tool in their toolbox. So it's a layer of deterrence for those who have bad intentions to do business in our state.
Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, I have a comment and then a question. The comment is, and Representative Waltz, I'm sorry to contradict you, but it really does appear to me that the amendment would in fact forbid a company organized under the laws of the listed countries from purchasing or leasing real property in the state of New Hampshire without any investigation, because the Attorney General only gets involved at the forfeiture stage. There's no investigation before the entity is forbidden to purchase or lease. It states specifically that a foreign principal, B, is a company development, this is line 25 on page 1, a company development or other entity organized under the laws of a foreign country of concern. And those are, there's about 4 listed. And then on page 2, line 1, no foreign principal may acquire any permanent or temporary ownership. And then line 4, no foreign principal may lease or otherwise enter into a contract. So it really does appear that this forbids those entities from purchasing or entering into a lease or contract regarding real property in New Hampshire prior to any investigation. And I'll stop here before asking my question and give you or invite you to respond.
Well, all I know is that many people have.
I'm sorry,
eyes have seen
please
this.
speak into the mic.
Many eyes have seen this, and we've done a lot of work on this, including which about 5 lawyers. So I am not a lawyer. So this is.
is.
I know you are. Thank you. So this has been gone over, and as far as people had a lot of problems with the 10-mile radius of a military installation. So this is really just clearing the way for problems that could arise, such as, for example, a company that buys a bottling company next to our water supply, or buys farmland in New Hampshire. So.
Okay, with the amendment, of course, it's not next to a military installation. It's any real property in New Hampshire. Right. And the question is, while I understand the concern about what could happen, is there any evidence that any problems such as the kind you reference have actually occurred or are occurring based on purchases or leases of real property by companies organized under the laws of the referenced countries?
I don't know if I would be given that knowledge. I think that's by, like, the 2 gentlemen that were here, one from Space Force and one from the Department of Defense. I would think that they would probably keep that to themselves as to whether or not this was occurring, but it's legislation such as this, it comes about for a reason. It's already occurred in many states, many other states.
Problems have occurred?
In other states that have farmland like Iowa, I know Iowa has a bill similar to this.
How is a company organized under the laws of China purchasing farmland? What problem does that cause?
Well, I think that we all want to buy American in the future, and we want to know what's going into, if they're buying farmland, for what purpose are they putting additives in the food line, or there could be a whole myriad of things that could be going wrong with that. So,
One more follow-up, Mr. Chair, and then I'll be done.
Good.
Thank you. But do we want to pass legislation based on information that actually we don't have?
well, we have legislation that came about for, that come after the fact. This is a proactive legislation.
Okay, Representative McAleer has one more question, and then let's move. Oh, Representative Scala, and then we'll move to the question. Okay.
I would like to point out that, again, in line on the first page, starting at line 18, you mentioned specific countries. And then on the second page, on line 1 and 4, you say no foreign principal, which would include every country in the world.
No, it's those that are listed.
Pardon?
It's those that are listed.
But that's not what it says.
But there is a definition of foreign principal on the first page, so I think it references back to that. I think that I wouldn't argue with.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative.
Sorry,
Sullivan,
Representative
you have the
McAleer.
last question.
Yeah, so I mean, we just got this now, so maybe it's in here and I have skimmed it. But how does this deal with, so if one of these people wanted to rent a hotel room or an Airbnb in New Hampshire, is that forbidden?
I don't see where that's an issue unless somebody is saying that they're doing something nefarious.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, Representative Osborne, you have.
Just to chime in to say that it does appear to me that this amendment is an improvement upon the bill in that it removes the paperwork and the hassle that we would be burdening citizens with.
Took care of
And
the
so
affidavits, yes.
I will have to support this amendment.
Okay. All right. So the motion is ought to pass on amendment number.
2.75.
No,
No,
2467.
2467.
Yeah, 2467.
Okay.
Yes. Second amendment.
Okay. All right. Clerk will call the roll. Yes. Oh, a second. Who would like to second the motion? Representative Osborne will second the motion.
Okay.
Okay. Ought to pass on the amendment.
Okay, Vice Chair Patuchik,
Yes.
Representative Osborne, Representative Cole,
Yes.
Representative Porcelli,
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Representative Miles,
Yes.
Representative Preza,
Yes.
Representative Burrows. No. Representative Herbert,
No. Should be retained at that.
Representative McAleer,
No.
Representative Spear. No. Representative Gibbs,
No.
Representative Sullivan. No. Representative Teresa,
No.
Representative Salvi.
No.
What's
Chairman,
the vote?
7, 8. You're a yes.
So if I vote yes,
Then it's a tie.
then it's a tie.
Mhm.
It's a tie.
It fails.
Okay. Well, that's the best I can give you. Yeah, I'll give you the A.
Okay,
Okay.
so this is 8.
8-8. Okay, Representative Osborne, what motion should we take up now?
Please talk into the mic.
Representative Osborne is moving in expedient to legislate. Do I have a second on that motion? So
Okay, so ITO. So
Osborne,
To retain this. We're talking about retaining this?
And Herbert.
Herbert. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So the motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is the question clear? The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chair Patuchek,
Yes. Oh, no.
okay. Representative Osborne,
No.
Representative Cole,
No.
Representative Porcelli,
No.
Representative Walsh, Clerk, no. Representative Miles,
No.
Representative Pressa,
No.
Representative Burrows. Yes. Representative Herbert,
Yes.
Representative McAleer,
Yes.
Representative Spear,
Yes.
Representative Gibbs,
Yes.
Representative Sullivan, Representative Teresa,
Yes.
Representative Salvi,
Yes.
Chairman.
No.
What's the count?
So
Again,
ITL fails. 8-8. I move to retain.
Oh, gosh, I'm running out of papers here. Okay.
I thought you wanted to retain.
We wanted to retain from the beginning. I don't know why.
Oh, so I'm going to vote to retain. Are you voting to retain?
Anybody want to second my motion or retaining?
I'll second that.
Yep. Clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chair Patuchek,
Yes.
Representative Osborne,
No.
Representative Cole,
Yes.
Representative Porcelli,
Yes.
Clerk, no. Representative Miles,
The clerk voted no.
Mhm.
No.
Representative Presa,
No.
Representative Burrows. Representative Herbert,
Yes.
Representative McAleer,
Yes.
Representative Spear,
Yes.
Representative Gibbs,
Yes.
Representative Sullivan, Representative Teresa,
Yes.
Representative Salvi,
Yes.
Chairman.
Oh, no.
Thanks.
Not to retain. We were discussing
11 to 5.
further.
11,
8-8.
5.
The motion passes 11 to 5 when we have just retained it. 11 to 5.
Started with that only.
Okay.
Oh, I don't need that. Wait a minute.
Next up, 164, relative to homeowners and prohibiting certain types of service agreements. Oh boy, this is our favorite one, right? We have an amendment on this one. Yeah. You want to make that one? Great. Representative Spear, second by Representative, second by me because
2222H.
We did have amendments on this.
yeah, we're good. That's 2222.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Representative Spear, you're recognized to speak to your motion. Speak to your mic, turn it on first.
Right, I'm sorry. This bill deals with an illegal or an entrapment that's been going on in other states and that we suspect is going to be coming here. What it essentially, what the illegal activity or the entrapment kind of activity is that somebody claiming to be able to, I don't even know if they can. I don't even know if they can do that. Oh God, you put me on the step on it.
Okay. This
With future leasings or future
they have real estate agreement.
real estate listings. I'm sorry, I'm having a lot of trouble today. real estate listings in the future, and in exchange for that real estate listing that could go out 40 years, that they would have to sign something that allows the real estate or fake real estate company to put a lien on their property forever, to those 40 years. And
If
that if
it
you
had
go
an
to
age on
sell
it.
that property, you can't sell it because there's a lien on it. Or they would have to be forced to buy out the lien. So what we did was we set a bill that you just can't do that. And the bill essentially says at no time can you put a listing that requires anyone to put a lien on their property, essentially is what it does. I'm sorry for being confused.
Did you eat outside like I did and get too much sun? Glad your mic was off. It's, we took a bill that was pretty ugly, and we were able to siphon it down to the fundamental issue of what it was trying to solve, and we made AARP very happy. Okay, is the question clear? It ought to pass on the amendment. Clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chair Patujic,
Yes.
Representative Osborne, Representative Cole,
Yes.
Representative Pacelli,
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Representative Miles,
Yes.
Representative Pressa,
Yes.
Representative Burrows,
Yes.
Representative Herbert,
Yes.
Representative McAleer,
Yes.
Representative Spear,
Yes.
Representative Gibbs,
Yes.
Representative Sullivan, Representative Teresa,
Yes.
Representative Salvi,
Yes.
Chairman.
Yes. Okay, the motion is now Representative Spears, second by Representative Hunt, moves ought to pass as amended. Is any more discussion on the motion? Seeing none, the clerk will. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chair Patujic,
Yes.
Representative Osborne, Representative Cole,
Yes.
Representative Pacelli,
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Representative Miles,
Yes.
Representative Pressa,
Yes.
Representative Burrows,
Yes.
Representative Herbert, Representative McAleer,
Yes.
Representative Spear,
Yes.
Representative Gibbs,
Yes.
Representative Sullivan, Representative Teresa,
Yes.
Representative Salvi,
Yes.
Chairman.
Yes.
Okay, 15-1.
Well, the amendment gutted the bill and changed it into,
What is the number?
oh,
16.
2222. Okay, the vote is 15-1. There's no Bitcoin in this bill. You're all right to put this on the consent calendar? Okay. All those in favor of placing on the consent calendar, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? No, so moved unanimously. All righty, now. Okay. Senate Bill 245. Representative Miles, seconded Representative Spears.
164?
What am I? Yeah, that we just did 164.
Oh, you're right. My apologies. Sorry,
Okay.
my brain was skipping.
Okay.
I move.
Representative Miles, seconded by Representative Spear, moves ought to pass on the amendment. Representative Miles is recognized to speak to our motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you to the members of the subcommittee and everyone's excellent work that was dedicated to this bill. I want to speak today as a legislator and as a nurse who spent the last 25 years working in emergency nursing side by side with paramedics and EMTs. I know how much they rely on the division of EMS and how vital our ambulance services are to patient access across the state. For years, too many years, our ambulance providers have been caught in a broken system. Emergency calls do not wait for network status, and when a patient calls 911, they expect to be cared for and transported without worrying about being hit with a surprise bill afterwards. But because EMS was left out of the 2020 Federal No Surprises Act, patients have been stuck in the middle of this billing dispute, and local ambulance services have been left underpaid or unpaid altogether by insurance carriers. SB 245 fixes this. It prohibits balance billing by out-of-network ambulance providers and requires insurance
insurers to pay a fair rate, either the locally approved rate or at least 325% of Medicare, if none is set. It ensures emergency transports are paid promptly, no prior authorization is required, and services dispatched by protocol are presumed medically necessary. The bill also makes an important step to the future. It includes a 2-year independent cost study to get the real numbers on ambulance costs. It also embraces any willing provider model, meaning the ambulance companies that want to go in-network with insurers must be allowed to do so. That's something that patients assume already exists, and it should, because emergency transportation shouldn't be treated like an out-of-network luxury. It's a critical service. Many of our towns are barely holding on to their EMS coverage, and without fair reimbursement, we risk losing that on the front line of care. This bill is about fairness, stability, and keeping ambulances on the road. On behalf of every EMT and paramedic I've worked with and every patient that they have helped, I respectfully ask the committee to support the motion of ought to pass and ought to pass as amended. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Any discussion on the motion? Okay. The clerk will call the roll on the amendment.
Vice Chair Patuchik.
Yes.
Representative Osborne. Representative Cole.
Yes.
Representative Percelli.
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Representative Miles.
Yes.
Representative Pressa.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Representative Herbert.
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Spear.
Yes.
Representative Gibbs.
Yes.
Representative Sullivan. Representative Teresa.
Yes.
Representative Salvi. Chairman.
Yes. Okay, motion, Representative Miles, second by Representative Spears, moves ought to pass as amended. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chair Patuchik.
Yes.
Representative Osborne. Representative Cole.
Yes.
Representative Percelli.
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Representative Miles.
Yes.
Representative Pressa.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Representative Herbert.
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Spear.
Yes.
Representative Gibbs.
Yes.
Representative Sullivan.
Yes.
Representative Teresa.
Yes.
Representative Salvi.
Yes.
Chairman.
Yes. Okay, vote is 16 to zip. All those in favor of placing on the maybe leave it on the reg. What do you think? I'm trying to figure out if we should put this on the consent calendar, but yeah, might as well. Okay. All those in favor of placing on the consent calendar, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Who would have believed? Okay.
Let's throw China.
No non-germane amendment. Senate Bill 247. Appropriating PBM reimbursement. Yes. So, yeah, did I make the motion to retain?
Yeah.
Yeah, 247. Okay. So, this bill took on a life of its own and went to many different directions, but at the end of the day, it left more unanswered questions than we could feel that we could answer something. So we decided that we were going to keep it and continue to research the subject matter. We're very intrigued to learn about PSAOs, which who says you never learn something new? And I've never heard of these guys until this session. So at any rate, so the motion is retained.
Seconded by.
Second by Representative Patuchik. 247. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chair Patuchik.
Yes.
Representative Osborne. Representative Cole.
Yes.
Representative Percelli.
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Representative Miles.
Yes.
Representative Pressa.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Representative Herbert.
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Spear.
Yes.
Representative Gibbs.
Yes.
Representative Sullivan.
Yes.
Representative Teresa,
Yes.
Representative Salvi,
Yes.
Chairman.
Yes. Okay, all those in favor of retaining, no, that's right, it's a retain, yeah, it's retains the motion, so we're all done, yeah. All right. Next up, Senate Bill 280. Food service, letter in agreements with food service. So. Okay, who did I? Okay, Representative Patusek. Seconded by Representative Burrows. Moves ought to pass. Do we have any amendment on that, or was it? Nope. It was all just repealing the sunset, right? Right. Okay, any discussion on the motion of ought to pass on Senate Bill 280? Clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chair Patuchik,
Yes.
Representative Osborne, Representative Cole,
Yes.
Representative Pachali,
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Representative Miles,
Yes.
Representative Pressa,
Yes.
Representative Burrows, Representative Herbert, Representative McAleer,
Yes.
Representative Spear,
Yes.
Representative Gibbs,
Yes.
Representative Sullivan, Representative Teresa,
Yes.
Representative Salvi,
Yes.
Chairman.
Yes. Okay. 16 to zip. All those in favor of placing on the consent calendar, please say aye.
Aye.
This opposed? So moved. Last but not least, Senate Bill 297. And Representative Miles, seconded by Representative Spears, moves ought to pass on the amendment. Representative Miles is recognized to speak to her motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the members of the subcommittee and the full committee for your thoughtful review on this bill. I also want to acknowledge the important contributions of the Secretary of State's office and the Department of Insurance, who have both worked diligently to protect New Hampshire taxpayers and ensure regulatory stability in our pooled risk markets. Senate Bill 297 addresses a serious problem that was identified by the Secretary of State with pooled risk management programs. These are programs that are used by towns, school districts, and other public entities to provide insurance-like coverage for healthcare, property, and liability. Specifically, the need for critical oversight in setting of reserves to maintain solvency. These pools handle millions of taxpayer dollars and cover thousands of public employees. Under current law, risk pools are solely regulated by the Secretary of State since about 2010, when this ability was legislatively created. This bill, as amended, adds the possibility of regulation by the Department of Insurance depending on the corporate structure, not by preference. And if a pool is organized under RSA 5B, it remains regulated by the Secretary of State, but the bill adds important new protections. These 5B pools must be member-owned. Their policies must be accessible, so members are responsible for their deficits, and any surplus must be returned to the members as dividends under specific rules. SB 297 gives the Secretary of State new tools to intervene when a pool is underfunded, including the ability to require corrective action or pursue receivership. On the other hand, if a pool is organized under 420R, it is regulated by the Department of Insurance and treated more like a traditional insurance company. These pools are not required to be member-owned, do not issue accessible policies, and they assume the full financial risk of coverage without member contributions during a deficit. This amendment, the amendment to this bill, strengthens these structural boundaries, ensures there is no ambiguity. Risk pools must operate under the rules and oversight aligned with their model. It brings clarity, accountability, and long-term sustainability to a vital part of our public infrastructure. And I urge the committee to support my motion of ought to pass and subsequently ought to pass as amended to protect public entities, safeguard taxpayer dollars, and ensure fairness in the way we regulate pooled risk. Thank you.
Okay. Any discussion on the motion? And this, just to make sure we're in the right place, amendment number 2473. All right, any more discussion on the motion about to pass on the amendment? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chair Patuchik.
Yes.
Representative Osborne. Representative Cole.
Yes.
Representative Pacelli.
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Representative Miles.
Yes.
Representative Presa.
Yes.
Representative Burrows. Yes. Representative Herbert.
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Spear.
Yes.
Representative Gibbs.
Yes.
Representative Sullivan. Representative Teresa.
Yes.
Representative Salvi.
Yes.
Chair.
Yes.
All right, so now this. Same people.
Okay. The motion now is ought to pass as amended. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chair Patuchik.
Yes.
Representative Osborne. Representative Cole.
Yes.
Representative Pacelli.
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Representative Miles.
Yes.
Representative Presa.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Representative Herbert.
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Spear.
Yes.
Representative Gibbs.
Yes.
Representative Sullivan. Representative Teresa.
Yes.
Representative Salvi.
Yes.
Chairman.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, the vote carries 16 to zip. Should we put it on the consent calendar?
Yeah.
Okay, all those in favor of consent, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? So moved unanimously. Okay, thank you all, and we'll see you all week from Thursday.